Right?
Okay, meeting is live.
Okay. Call this December 9th meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That boiler was saying it with us or something. It was in unison. Weird. Okay. Hopefully everybody enjoyed the nice weekend. I don't know how many more of those we're gonna have for a while, so. 66 on Saturday?
Yeah.
I even opened up the windows. I thought that was kind of
Was
good for
nice.
December, yeah.
Mark this morning was insane.
Yeah, kind of figured that with a warm weekend though. Okay, well, we'll start off with some public comments. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resources Director, and I am here to very happily introduce our new Director of the Health Department, Diane Craig.
I am thrilled to death to be here. It was a long drive, but got in Friday. It took a while. But got in Friday, and so we're just starting to get settled. We're closing on a house on Wednesday.
Oh.
And so, yeah,
Okay, all happened kind of fast, and right before the holidays.
just like a whirlwind, yeah. It's crazy.
I'd say like a hurricane, but you.
Yeah, exactly. So glad to be here.
Okay, glad to have you on board.
Yep,
And I'm
welcome
so
aboard.
proud of Diane. She is a woman after my own heart. She bought her house sight unseen so that she could move into Riley County and get it happening in speed time. So yeah, she was talking about her painter and she can't really pick the colors because she hasn't even seen the house.
You haven't seen it yet? Yeah, what part of town did you find this?
It's north, it's in the northwest part of Manhattan.
Okay,
So yeah, so I'm just on the edge of Manhattan.
okay,
Yeah. So we're excited,
that's good.
My daughter though, that's a little bit, my daughter was in the house, so she gave her approval.
Oh,
But
that's good.
I trust her though. So. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's a little harder to ground her now.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
You're right. Yeah.
Welcome aboard. Glad to have you.
I think there's a lot of people that are glad. Okay.
Commissioners, Brian Parker, Deputy County Counselor, just making a housekeeping request for the agenda that it could be amended to move Museum Director Catherine Hensler to the 1 o'clock spot for interview to replace Michael Bowler. He is out today on leave for a personal. And so we just thought we could bump Catherine up to make the most efficient use of time. And then they would end with John Ellerman's at 2:30. Get out a little
And the
faster.
2:50.
Or yeah, they ended at 2:55.
Okay,
I don't, so, we need to make a motion on that.
Well, it's a published agenda item, so we don't make that.
Oh, okay.
It's announced, yeah, we
Yeah.
just,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners.
A little shorter of a day by 20 minutes.
Everyone counts.
Well, I guess so. Okay, looks like we're done with public comment this morning and being done, okay, we'll move on to commissioner comments and Commissioner McKinley, welcome back.
Thank you. Well, being stuck at home for the last 2 weeks, so I had a lot of business with phone calls. Several calls with Clancy and Brian, Judge Bannister regarding the indigent panel. Also had a call from Darren Hobbs about a property up in Bridgeview Heights. They started the cleanup and then it stalled out, so we're trying to get them hooked back here again. And then I did talk to Elizabeth about some on the evaluations. And last Wednesday, I attended a check presentation at the Creekside Fall Color Farms outside of Riley. he received a Kansas Attraction Development Grant from Kansas Tourism, $25,000. They're working on a building, and actually they were pouring the slab that day, trying to get the concrete in before the weather.
Mhm.
And it's going to have some other stuff there, but also the big thing is a U-pick apple orchard. They think there will be trees that are ready to start putting stuff on in 26, and they're going to end up with 16 varieties of apples.
Wow,
Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot of trees.
A lot of pies in
Trees
people's
planted out
future.
there.
Yeah.
And also he said, because they're spaced out, that gives their picking season, because they're different schedules.
Mhm.
Some of them are early and some of them are late
Mhm.
to spread the season out.
Right.
Friday night, we did get out and go to the Gatlin Brothers Christmas show at McCain, and that was good. And then spent a lot of time since then working on department head evaluations and reviewing law board applications.
Okay, well, let's see. Last Tuesday through Wednesday afternoon, I attended the KAC annual conference and exposition in Wichita. Some of the presentations that I attended, Coach and the Cowboy was a keynote luncheon presentation on Tuesday. Then I went to the Child Care in Kansas presentation. Aware Kansas was there, and the Child Care licensing person from KDHE. Aware of Kansas is a referral network that supports all aspects of child care in the state. And they take referrals from parents who are seeking child care, and try to put them with the right provider and work with the children too. So then I went to the Kansas Water Implementation Plan Development. And then that evening I went to the Women of KAC gathering, which was a lot of fun. Let's see, Wednesday, the keynote presentation from Conflict to Conversation was really a good one. I really enjoyed that, and so I thought it was a great tool to use at like town halls and that kind of thing. Then I went to the Prioritizing the Growth and Prosperity of Rural Kansas with the Office of Rural Prosperity, Department of Commerce. They talked about having, they're trying to revitalize a lot of the downtown areas, and they haven't had anything from Riley County.
We can't.
Mhm.
We can't.
We're too big.
We're too
Too
big.
big?
So we're over
Okay.
50,000,
Well,
that's why.
she had us on the list
Yeah,
that
she
we could
did.
do
but,
that, so.
it Didn't, it's still done by population until they take the population controls off of all of it. It doesn't, we're not considered rural.
Yeah, well.
Even though if you drive 15 minutes north, I'd say it's pretty damn rural.
Well, maybe the individual cities out there can do some.
Well, I've talked to
Yeah.
a couple legislators about that, about instead of making it county boundaries, that you can make it like district boundaries, and you can pull the larger cities out and just, put the rural tag on
Yeah.
the rest of it. I think they're looking at that, but they can't do it really until this runs out, so it'll be 26.
Yeah, and I talked to her about it, and, she said she'd give me a call, so. Then I went to that breakout session by county population, which there again, I don't think we're necessarily should be in the urban one,
Yeah.
but,
And they base that off of population too, and we're over 70,000. Yeah, if it was 75,000, I guess we'd be with the other mid-sized counties, I guess.
yeah, which would be more like Leavenworth and those, Leavenworth was there, and.
I don't know, we've got a lot of the same issues that when you hear, when we
Well, yeah,
start
but-
discussing things, so I mean, it's not all.
Well, I don't know, anyway, let's see, then I went through the exhibition hall and picked up a lot of stuff. Which I haven't gone through yet, but they always have a lot of giveaways. I have plenty of yardsticks. I didn't get any of those.
I have plenty of pens, plenty of notepads.
Oh, everything.
Plenty of bags, plenty of tumblers. I didn't pick up anything.
Full bag full. So let's see, Friday, attended a meeting that we had concerning some design information on the Keats wastewater project in the counselor's office with Amanda Webb, Bryant Parker, and Jacob Hansen. That was learning about some things that have come up. Then that afternoon, I had a meeting at my church, and in the evening, I went to the Masterworks chorale concert at the Presbyterian Church. It was really good. Saturday, in the afternoon, I attended the General's holiday reception at Fort Riley. It was at the Commanding General's residence, which is decorated just beautiful. And food was wonderful and drinks. It was just a great time and a lot of people there. And I had sat with the general's wife at the parade.
Oh.
So we had a few things to talk about. So, they had 5 receptions that day. They had different groups coming in. I said, gee, it must be
That'd be
really
a long day.
I was scheduled for
That would
one,
be
but
a-
I'm just not feeling real festive this year, so I didn't go.
Yeah, they were packed. I mean, there were
Wow.
a lot of people in each of the receptions. So I talked to the general's
I
wife.
think that's the
I
first
said,
time.
how are you doing all this? It's
Yeah.
just,
How many years when they've done that at the general's house? It's usually done in a different location. So.
Yeah, and that's really nice to go in that old house. And
Mhm.
they're getting ready to do some remodeling in there too. So then over the weekend, I reviewed the department head evaluations. I continue to do that. Reviewed the applications for law board citizen appointments and reviewed the agenda and documents for today's meeting. That was a pretty busy week. So that's about all I have.
Okay, well, Monday afternoon, I met with Chief District Judge Grant Bannister and his chambers. Just a couple of legal matters and judicial items, as well as the engine and defense panel. Dialogue went well. There were some good points made and perspectives on both sides as we work towards that, I guess, Friday deadline now. Coming up pretty fast, yeah. We'll just see how it goes. Tuesday afternoon, took off for Wichita to attend the Kansas Association of Counties 49th annual conference and exposition. Also on Tuesday, as I got into Wichita, attended the monthly meeting of the Board of Directors for Pawnee Mental Health. That was via Zoom. Had a pre-meeting with the Finance Oversight Committee, which we worked through and discussed the agency's financials through the month of November. Items of discussion during the regular meeting included a Chief Financial Officer's report from Lindsay Miller, followed by the Chief Executive Officer's report from Michael Riskella. We also got a Marketing and Development report from Diane Hendricks. Then we heard a report from the Finance Oversight Committee and the Executive Committees, which discussed the board's self-evaluation survey that was done in October. Other business included approving the 2025 calendar. You need to learn how to spell the word calendar. Slate of new board officers, reviewing existing and incoming board members. A little bit of flux and change, but it's that time of the year. In recognition of the outgoing board members that won't be coming back in 2025. And a board holiday recognition of Pawnee staff for the holiday season. Wednesday started the full day of events at KAC's conference in Wichita. Started with the annual KAC business meeting, which included updates to 2024 legislative policy and association bylaws. You mentioned the presentation Conflict from Conversation with Matt Learman. He was from the Social Prosperities Partners Group. Had that really cool tool,
Yeah, that's
Met.com,
what
what
I
it is. You
like.
put words in there and like they get bigger and they get smaller and they do all kinds of weird stuff and
And then they come up with what the most important thing is.
yeah,
that the
and how
people-
many people actually replied and stuff. It's
Yeah,
like
it's really
kind of
good.
like a little kind of layman's terms of AI a little bit there and between there. But they did a couple of those and a couple of other things where we walked around and met people and said hey, basically. Yeah, I guess it was pretty cool. Attended the workshop with the Office of Rural Prosperity, the same one Commissioner Folke was talking about. That was done by Tricia Purdom. She's been that director for about 3 years now, I think. Then I attended the Urban County breakout session over the lunch, to discuss the challenges of the 7 larger counties here in the state of Kansas. I guess we already discussed that one. Then I attended the exposition, which had over 110 vendors and all kinds of new equipment and trucks to finish out the day. I did not come home with anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
How did you
I
do
put in for a
that?
couple of raffles and I didn't win either one of
I didn't
those.
either.
Could have won a bottle of Eagles Rare or a bottle of Knob Creek, but somebody else must have won that. So probably for the better anyway. But
Well, they had a drawing for Keaton Chiefs.
yeah, I saw that.
Stuff.
And they had,
Didn't do that
as they usually do, they had that little dessert thing set up there. It's usually pretty good, but I was too full from breakfast and dinner the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see, Thursday morning, started the morning by giving the Urban County breakout session update to everybody. Aaron Mays was supposed to do that from Shawnee County, but he had some family obligations the next morning, so he asked if I would give that update, which we did. And then I attended the workshop titled Stump the Road Official, and with a panel discussion hosted by Saline Public Works Engineer Judson and Mater. It also included our very own Public Works Director, John Ellman, who was on that panel too. It was a panel of 4. That followed up with the Kansas County's Commissioners Association meeting, where we heard from K-Camp and a roof management program that they're putting together, and a discussion on wind farms. I have to admit, I wasn't really paying much attention to that one. And a presentation from ClearGov on how to do public budgeting and its processes better. And then we heard from Mike Taylor, who's our KCCA lobbyist, on what to expect from the 2025 Kansas legislative session, and a discussion on a KCCA policy platform for 2025. Bruce Chadley, the Executive Director of KAC, went through board openings for both KAC and KCCA to complete the meeting, and then I hopped in the truck and started back home. Thursday afternoon, after I got back, I had an appointment with the doctor. Went well considering everything that's happened over the last 2 months. I had to cancel the one in November for obvious reasons. Next appointment's in mid-January. We're going to kind of go through analysis and see where we're at for 2025. Thursday evening, I attended the annual legislative night hosted by the Tri-Valley chapter of the Kansas Society of Professional Engineers. Those are 2 separate acronyms, by the way, so you don't have to try to figure all those out. That was at the Sunset Zoo. Had dinner catered by the farmhouse, which was delicious as usual. Had a wonderful evening, heard an update on what the chapter is working on, heard from many of the area state legislators, including some of the newly elected legislators. Some of the local elected officials gave an introduction, and I gave an introduction of my own on behalf of Riley County. Friday afternoon, had a December pre-law board meeting in advance of the December 16th law board meeting we held at the Manhattan City Hall. We have the agenda put together for the meeting, which will include several upcoming promotions, several votes on possible grants, updates on a few programs, an executive session to evaluate the director of the agency. And then over the weekend, I worked to complete all the department head evaluations for 24. Looked through the law board applications for that appointed position. Got some good people there, and we're caught back up on some other items and correspondence. Get ready for it's going to be a busy next couple of 2-3 meetings. So
Now we have 1 citizen appointment. Okay, and then
So we have 2. Did we have 2 last time?
now we have 2 commissioners.
I know, but I thought
We did have
we had 2 years ago. We did 2.
no, just one.
We always just do 1.
Yeah, we just flips back and forth the extra commissioner.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
Because Barry's on there technically as the county as the
Yeah.
secretary.
Okay. I was trying to remember that, whether we
Yeah.
had 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's one both times, but
Oh, okay.
it's whether or not that second
2
commissioner.
Oh, okay.
That's it for me.
The AI session was really interesting. We didn't get to go.
Are you a pro now?
I learned a lot, that's for sure, and it's not as accurate as people would think, that's for sure. And we actually have a local pro. It was a professor from Wichita State, and he said someone that's exceptional at it and has a great presentation is at the Kansas State Library. He says she is very good. So it's
That'd be worth it.
very interesting, worth learning about how accurate and not accurate it is.
Yeah.
yeah.
First item for business commissioners, we have need to authorize the chairman to sign contractual provision attachment with Civics Plus.
That's the one we went over last week.
Yes, Commissioner, and so the order of this is, if the commission were to approve the contractual provisions attachment, which we're comfortable with as legal, then they'll sign it, and then we'll bring the whole contract as one piece back, right? So that we have the contractual, because we need to both agree on that, and then we can bring it all back to I've also reviewed the other contract as well. So after they get back with us, to countersign this, then we'll have the whole packet for the commission to finally sign. So this is fine. This is fine. We looked at it.
Great, if
This is-
you want to be updated on that.
No, I watched the meeting. I
Did
watched
you?
the last 2 meetings. Yeah. This is to replace the minute truck
Mhm, correct.
We were trying to get it kind of done early, so we got a good transition period, yeah.
Good transition period and it gets us on their calendar early is the big thing.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion that the board authorize the chairman to sign the contractual provisions attachment as presented.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to recommend the board authorize the chairman to sign the contractual provisions attachments as presented for Civics Plus. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair, please sign.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And it's time, you can go ahead and move on.
Okay. Next item I have is tax roll corrections. Commissioners need a motion.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
kind of wondering, there's like, what, 3 different tax roll corrections?
Mhm.
Now, those are 2. As for a church, it's giving them the exemption, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's two years worth,
properties.
2 properties in 2 years, worth,
Yes.
right? That's right. I'd move to approve the tax roll correction.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the tax roll corrections as written. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, please sign. Next, I need a motion to sign retail dealers 2025 cereal malt beverage license for Dara's 8321 Tuttle Creek Boulevard and 1132 Pillsbury Drive.
No, we already did those. I guess we did that.
No,
Didn't
we
do
sent them to the town, we approved sending them to the township and then has to come back.
Correct.
That's right.
Two-step process. Get a motion?
Okay, I would make a motion to sign the retail dealers 2025 cereal malt beverages licenses for Dara's LLC at 5321 Tuttle Creek Boulevard and Dara's LLC at 1132 Pillsbury Drive.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to sign the retail dealers 2025 cereal malt beverage license for Dara's LLC, 5321 Tuttle Creek Boulevard, and Dara's LLC, 1132 Pillsbury Drive. All in favor?
All right,
Chair, please sign. Next, Commissioner Raleigh County Employee Action Forms, Carolyn Ferens, new hire, Curator of Archives and Library and Museum Department. Danny Williams, Assistant County Appraiser, Appraiser's Office, Separation of Service, effective March 14th. Ruth Ott, Medical Clerk, Health Department, Separation of Service, effective December 20th. Marie Katie Stevens, Customer Service Rep 1, Treasurer's Office, Separation of Service. William Pranzi, a new hire, Volunteer Firefighter Department, Fire District Number 1. Clara Hernandez, Office Building Receptionist, Treasurer's Office, Separation of Service, all 3 signed.
okay.
Commissioners, do all of you want to attend Good Morning Manhattan Thursday, December 19th?
I will be. That's when I'm leaving.
Sure. They say who's speaking this month?
Dick Carter from the
Oh,
Carter
that's right.
Group.
Oh, yeah.
Greg,
Yeah.
Bryant,
Yes, sir.
Jacob,
Yep.
Rich? Yep.
I guess if you're gonna make me.
Don't they have a after hours Wednesday?
Yeah, business after
At
hours
Briggs.
at Briggs, and then there's an established business leaders holiday, whatever you want to call it, on the 11th, on Wednesday.
I thought the business after hours was Wednesday, the 11th.
Regional Growth Summit is coming up Friday, January 24th. Do all of you want to attend?
Yeah, I've got that on my calendar.
That's the
too.
chamber event.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the retreat. thing.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
It's here.
Catherine,
yeah.
When did you say it was?
January 24th, sorry.
Holiday social. It's on the 16th. The after hours is on Wednesday.
Bryant and Jacob,
Yes. Yep.
Would you like to run and jump off of a bridge?
Yes.
they don't really know what they said yeah to, but they said yeah. They just kind of looked at each other. They're going, should we go?
We're gonna have an icy.
That was like,
That was priceless.
that was an awkward but funny moment there.
Mark that down, you gotta get the attorneys to say yes, to no, not sure what they did.
Exactly. They did not read the fine details.
And it's on camera.
That's prudent.
Noted for next year's evaluation.
For guys that usually pay great attention to detail, they're gonna sign up for something they have no idea what it is.
That's true.
Good presentation by county council.
Yeah.
We're gonna go out to Tuttle Creek and do an icy dip.
You might.
No, these guys-
Oh,
That's all I can say.
That's where these.
Actually, it gets one more vote.
Other duties as assigned.
Right, it's in that
As
category.
long as it's not me, that's fine.
Who does that? The firefighters or who does that? I see.
What is that event?
I think it's the police, the
Or is it
polar
the police?
plunge.
Polar
department?
plunge, that's what it is.
Okay, the
We
polar.
do that
plunge.
for, as a fundraiser for Special Olympics, I think.
Any changes to the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't see any.
Get a motion?
Let's try it. Is it your turn or my turn? You
I
want
think
me
he's
to do
got a
that?
lot to make up, doesn't he?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from December 2nd, 2024 of the Riley County Commissioners.
I'll second.
To move the second to approve the minutes as written from the December 2nd meeting of the Riley County Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Tentative agenda's okay, commissioners?
Kind of long.
We can
Yeah.
change that.
Good.
Any items for next week's press conference?
I think we got enough items on there already.
Okay.
Be a sad day.
Next, we have Russell Stuckey at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Is that what we're looking at buying?
That's the replacement. The next picture would be the purchase.
We're gonna auction this one off for that?
Yeah, that's like the
Okay.
purple.
Trying to remember where we were at on that.
Mm.
So much going on. Nice and convinced. Good deal. Everything.
This Rich. Okay, thank you. That's fine. Commissioners, your interview at 11:40, Linda Gibbs is ill, so we're gonna have to try and reschedule her for Thursday. She is Linda Gibbs at 11:40. She's ill, so. Called in and we'll get back on for Thursday. If we can find time Thursday, I think it's packed.
I was thinking, I don't, yeah.
We'll try and get her on sometime, commissioners.
Well, as you know, I'm leaving, I won't be here on the 19th through the 27th.
And we'll be here the 24th through the 26th. So we're not meeting the day after Christmas. We should. On the rear.
I watched the meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me.
That's
He said
today.
he'll make some other copies.
They
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
ribbon
it's an
cutting
invitation,
today.
yeah.
Today,
Yeah, it's
ribbon cutting.
for the.
Be Christie's, yeah, I like to go to that. Well,
Can't do everything.
just came today though, that's,
Well. It was
I
last
saw
week.
that and I thought, oh, that must have been in there for. a week ago.
No, well,
I got it
maybe
on
last
Thursday.
week, I don't know, I couldn't, lost my key, I couldn't get in
Oh. Okay, well.
somehow. I don't know.
Morning, Commissioners, Russell Stuckey with Emergency Management County Fire. We had a fairly normal month of November. Working with still working on the radio system, trying to get the final touches where it's back 100%. We had a good step Friday where we made some progress. Hopefully one more step and we'll be back to normal operations. Working with the counselor's office, Jake in particular, and he wanted me to ask the commission to confirm that we are still interested in renting out space on the radio towers if we can to generate some income, make sure everybody's still good with that. And,
Of course, it depends on who. But yeah,
so
Okay.
we're working on some contract language.
well, I mean, you know, I may not be picky on that, but I don't know.
You know, our primary targets would be cell phone companies, other types of broadcasting companies, radio stations. Evergy's one
Right.
company that we currently have a lease with that we are modifying, extending, if you will.
Yeah.
Those are our primary targets. So,
And then those would be positive ones, because they also bring that extra service to most of the year and things, and
you know, there could be broadband companies, you know, there's a lot of grant dollars that went to the broadband companies to extend broadband, so there could be options like that, but just wanted to confirm with you that we're still good with that. I was pretty sure we were. And I talked to you before about getting invited to that communications conference by FEMA to serve on a Q&A panel talking about radio systems and cybersecurity attacks. And they did invite me to that. I don't know the specific travel dates yet, but that's in March, I think. So assuming you're still good with that, I'll present that travel request at the appropriate time. Lori and I got to participate in an active violence tabletop up at KSU, and it was well attended and really informative. I think there was a lot learned by the participants. Had pretty much everybody there at K-State, from the president, his whole cabinet, and on down. So that was pretty interesting and informative.
Probably wouldn't hurt at some point in time to actually do a mock-up there. Have they done that in the past?
I don't think they have since I've been here. I don't know if they've done that.
They have.
Full scale.
For us.
No, full scale. Like
For K-State, as we do like ours,
Tops.
there's always been tabletop.
But yeah, that's something we should plan for us, I think, as a tabletop, maybe within the next year or so. Try and do one for the county. It, you know, where K-State's similar, but where we have so many different campuses, you know, we have to tailor it for one campus and
Right.
do it another time, but.
But we're gonna get one.
I say that, but then we have the stuff in July that includes USD 3.
Yeah.
So
I
Yeah.
witnessed that last year, and that's pretty eye-opening.
Right.
To say the least, yeah.
They rotate every year from a different school building to
Yeah.
a different school building. It's a good program.
As far as I know, we're the only one in the region that's doing that.
To that extent, for
Yeah.
sure. I think a lot of others have tabletops, but I don't know that anybody's doing it to the full scale.
I think Potawatomi's done some in-school stuff.
So they visited
Such as
this,
that.
they had two people last year.
Observing.
Yeah, observing. So, yeah.
Working on starting to get the process to get the new fire reporting software implemented. And as any software program, that'll be fun, and staff's having a great time. I
That was
attend,
quick.
I,
That was quick.
well, we're just getting started.
Yeah, okay. It's the
Uh,
process, yeah.
I attended a risk-based response to a battery emergency class up in Olathe, and that was really good. It helped me be able to write up our response guidelines to battery emergencies, and you know, we all know it, but I think even I didn't realize just how prolific those batteries are. And we don't have it nearly as bad as the presenter was from New York City Fire Department. And, you know, there's so many people in such a small area and they rely so heavily on like the e-bikes and the electric scooters because everybody doesn't have a car there, but they can get where they need to go with the electric scooters and the e-bikes. And he talked a lot about how in any given apartment building, there's that guy or that gal that works on it. And so his workshop is in his apartment in the middle of this 100 or 1,000 apartment building, you know, and I didn't realize how actually explosive they are, because once they start going bad and they have a fall, they'll start off gassing. And then in those apartments in particular, especially in cold weather, when they're all shut up and there's no windows open, that gas accumulates and then boom, it's a big flash over.
Wow.
And they're having a lot of trouble with that, like in New York, in the bigger cities where, like I said, those e-bikes and those electric scooters are a lot more predominant than they are here. And when they go is when they're getting charged and then nobody's necessarily watching them. So they get heated up because they're getting charged.
So it's the battery that blows up.
The gases that the battery puts off when it starts overheating. Yeah, it's quite a deal. And like for us, example, on the cars. So if you talk about electric cars, it's really hard to put them out.
Yeah.
You basically can't.
How many
for
YouTube
sure
videos
put them
I've
out.
seen of them catching on fire, like on a,
Yeah, on
on
the
a
back of
tow
the tow
truck,
truck.
yeah. They've been sitting there for a
So-
while and they just,
So our current policy, and I need to get it down in black and white, our current policy, quite frankly, is if they're not right next to a house or some other sort of exposure, we're pretty much gonna let it burn. Put out the grass or whatever is around it, if it's on the side of the road or whatever, we're gonna let it burn because we're just wasting our time.
to be quite honest with you, with
Water.
the cars, in order to replace the battery's worth more than the car.
Yeah.
So- Might as well just let it burn, keep the deductible and let the insurance take care of it.
If it's next to a house or next to other cars, you know, we're gonna put water on it, cool it down and try and get a chain on it and drag it out in the middle where it's away from everything else, but we're not gonna waste our time dumping 20,000 gallons of water on it for it to reignite the next day.
There isn't anything you can use besides water?
Not really.
Not like
Not
any kind of
disinfectant.
powder or any kind of thing that they've.
About the
come up
only thing
with?
you can do is put them in a tank of water and just leave them there.
That's what I heard some places have done.
New York experimented with that, but they said it just delays the process more. It lets them get it cooled down to where they can get it somewhere else. But then half the time it reignites and goes.
And then the question is, how green are they with using all that water and or letting them burn and then all that material going out?
Exactly.
Well,
Very green.
what it emits then is probably very caustic too.
Right.
You
And
know,
then
when
put
they're
the water
burning,
on it.
they've got to be putting out. all this stuff.
And then putting a lot of water on it washes that
Yeah,
instead of keeping it right in place. You know, you put 10.
then it's gonna be in the water
Brings in
system.
some of those chemicals down the stream, if you will. So our philosophy and a lot of other departments are just gonna be let them burn, protect the exposures, you know, and limit the peripheral damage, but we're just gonna let them burn.
I think those things cause a lot of other issues that typical vehicles that places aren't used to, because I just had to have a vehicle picked up. And they said it's not electric and it's not a hybrid electric, is it? So it causes issues for everyone to have to deal with now.
You got a personal plane that's fully electric, and I won't set foot on one of them. Imagine that thing catching on fire midair.
A personal plane,
Yeah,
like the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Small
I don't know how
plane.
you charge it. I mean, I got this picture of Top Gun where this thing with a big protective thing comes over and charges with you as you're flying or something. I don't even know how it works. I mean,
In air refueling.
yeah.
I wouldn't get out of it either.
It took me about a year to figure that out on the original Nintendo when that happened. So it would probably work in real life either.
How long of an extension cord is that?
I don't know. Right?
So the other question I was gonna ask the BOCC was, we did get some dirt work started. Wanted to make sure you didn't necessarily want to do a groundbreaking up at University Park, just wait for a ribbon cutting. Or do you want to do a like golden shovel groundbreaking and a ribbon cutting when it's done? You want to do both or one of the
How
other?
strong are those shovels?
There's a lot of rock there now that's been
That's what I-
stacked, just so
yeah.
you know. There's not very much dirt.
Get them a pickaxe.
Jackhammer when you got it.
So that's where I was going.
Hey,
Yeah,
that'd be kind of cool.
I get behind one of those.
If they haven't ran a jackhammer, those are dangerous.
Yeah.
So unless the VOC really wants to, we'll probably just wait and do a ribbon cutting when it's done.
Yeah, that's fine.
If that's.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. The chart is part of Michelle's section of new hires and rejected probationary firefighters, et cetera. And probably the others, obviously significant thing that I was gonna report on and that packet I passed around has the information that I believe we emailed with you also was, you know, unfortunately, we have to report, we lost Lieutenant 115 Rouse Hawk. So he passed away there last week and for injuries, received an accident at home and Ross served us for 44 years and was real instrumental in RCFD #1. So he'll be very missed. And yeah,
How's the family
Visitation.
doing?
oh good. We went and talked to him the other day, Doug and Jake and I, and they were good. They talked to his wife, and his daughter-in-law. Got a chance to talk to his son yet.
Hmm.
And like I said, you know, information in there.
November's just been horrible.
And so then, if you don't have any other questions, then I passed around the run reports and I apologize. I forgot to make 4 copies of that, but I can sure make 4 copies and bring it back down after a while.
It's okay, we'll discuss it later this afternoon.
Timing can be everything.
So if you don't have any questions there, I'll move on to my next item. Which is another truck that we've identified that we think would work really good for us. This truck is in Arizona. It is a dual purpose truck. It's 4-wheel drive, so it's not an aggressive what we call a heavy brush, but it's a truck that can both fight grass fires and house fires. It's the right size to fit into the fire station. That's a Peach Grove. The truck we have up there currently pumping 114 when Doug's tested it for the last 2 years. It hasn't been able to get past pump tests. We did a little work to it, fixed some valves, but it wasn't enough. I think the pump's just done and it's just an older truck. It has a lot of, it's just not worth probably the $20,000+ to invest to get it back up in the snuff. So this truck in Arizona, Doug found, and we proposed to send Doug and Dave, Battalion Chief Russell and Deputy Chief Russell, down to
Got too many Russells. I gotta fix that.
to fly him down
That'll
there.
drive you crazy, doesn't it, Lori?
She's gonna plead the 5th right now.
To fly them down there with the check, and then after they inspect it, drive it, look it over, if they think it meets everything as advertised, to drive it home.
Oh, wow.
So it actually is a truck that has cruise control, which doesn't sound like that big a deal, but when you're driving a big truck that far, that long, and you gotta hold your foot down to the floor for 10 or 12 hours straight. That's kind of, I have in the past, I will admit, and I know others have, in a situation like that, you take a brick with you.
Whoa.
So that you aren't having to push on it the whole time. You can just lay your foot on it, then you're not physically pushing the gas pedal down all the time, and if something happens, you just kick it off.
Kick it off, put it underneath the
Brake
brake.
pedal.
That sounds really good.
So on the 2 trucks
Brake on a break.
on the 2 trucks
Elf on a shelf.
that I'm gonna go look at tomorrow and the next day, that you approved there last week, it's like they don't have cruise control. They are, pump troop custom cab pumper trucks. And that's why part of the reason we'll just have them shipped.
I was gonna say, one of them's coming from a different country.
Yeah, right, but it's actually close, the one in
It's
Chandler
closer.
is actually closer to us
Than the one
than
in
the one in
Delaware.
Delaware. By like 100 miles or something.
The truck in Arizona, it's meant to go down the highway. It's like a commercial cab truck.
The one in the pictures here.
And so like Russell said, that truck has a cat pump testing and
The
so.
one in Peach Grove.
One in Peach Grove. So this truck,
Nice.
he used it for wildland fire for the US Forest Service. So it gets inspected and has to pass a whole list of stuff before it can even go on the fire. So it's maintained very well. And like we said, it's kind of one of those where that station's small, so we have to find a specific truck, and so with little to no modifications, this truck will fit right in there, and the crews that we have up there will be able to man it very well. It's a dual purpose truck, so wildland and structure buffer, so we check all the boxes very well for us out there.
So if the commission's agreeable, that will present the travel authorization, the purchase authorization for the business meeting Thursday.
That, I guess it says it in the car, but that pretty much takes care of you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't anticipate coming back for another truck till at least late next year.
We'll get through fire season, see how things go.
Sure.
Kind of reevaluate, get some stuff moved around, so as long as these trucks that Russell looks at and this one checks out, we'll have 4 that will be ready to go to auction. And get a few things moved around, kind of reevaluate, go through our list again, and kind of go through that. Yeah, so this would set us up real good for next year.
So if the commission's agreeable, I'll present those documents for the business meeting Thursday. Any other questions for us?
Right, thank you.
Thanks.
Give our condolences.
You need this second.
Commissioners, you have a little bit of a break, 9:35, you have Mr. Holman.
Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, the women won a nail biter the other day.
The last 3 games, they've been
Holy cow.
rolling.
I looked at that score and I thought, did they miss a number in there somewhere? 124-24. Phew.
Oh, yeah, that was,
That was,
They should have just took the night off at halftime.
so we don't have any, the women's team doesn't have any.
I know even the
players.
bench is deep.
The bench is
Quality.
players are all-
Lee hasn't even
quality.
hardly played in the last 2 games. That's what's scary
And
about
there's,
it.
well, because there's a couple. What, they're down to 8 players that
Uh-huh.
game, because a couple of red shirted, one's red shirting, one's injured. Or permanently out for the year because of injury, and then 2 others were injured.
One of the 2 twins is redshirting this year.
Mhm.
And there's another girl that redshirted last year as a freshman, injured her knee before the season started, so she's out this year too.
We've got 2 4-star girls coming in next year.
Even yesterday, I watched yesterday against A&M, which despite what it was on the SEC network, so it's there now.
Yeah.
They kept talking about how great A&M was, and we just rolled it. There were 2 announcers, the lady that tried to talk about how good A&M was.
No coffee?
Oh, I drank so much earlier today.
Oh, okay.
2 extra large latte.
Great.
Yeah. But thanks for joining.
No, I was just friendly observation.
There you go.
It was that check presentation out there back on,
Yeah.
they had, it's on that little thin styrofoam thing. But the wind was blowing so bad, they were they were afraid if it.
How to tie it down?
They had to tie it down, the wind either break it or take off and it'd be awesome.
No.
Because the wind was blowing like crazy that day.
Yes, yeah.
I was like, which one do I need to be at? Yeah, I got through that last email. Good morning already, you know.
I know. I just texted you about it too.
Oh, thank you. No, that's okay. I was reading through emails and I would have gotten that had I not said, coming over.
There you go.
I saw that you sent me the statement to go into executive session before the department head evaluation. Do you also print that for the commissioners?
I want to say we did. There we go.
But I didn't print it, but so.
Yeah, you want to just hold on to it. Sure. Three copies. We always get one to Rich so that,
Yes, we have it for them.
yeah.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
During our admin time.
Sending you over a short-term rental ordinance,
Okay.
Johnson County Center Water Company. Part of the conversation on this?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. They sent me back something, so I'm getting this now.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
And
That's why I was saying.
Okay. And I'm not sending it to the other two, just,
Yeah, that's all fine. No,
it's from the city of Independence, so it's an actual ordinance, so it's already in public record.
I can
I don't
make
get
it.
I don't, the only thing I ever worry about with that stuff is if we're exchanging stuff in draft. And it's like I haven't figured out yet what the, you know what I mean?
This one is yeah, it's been in place since 2009.
But we don't, what you want to do is.
Oh, wait a minute, no, urban development ordinance was approved, that's not the same.
The luggage, you know, think about that, because I know. like,
I used to know,
from-
I don't know if he's still doing it or
I think
not,
Delta,
but.
maybe, no, it was United, and, you know, they had, you
Independence,
guys paid
Missouri.
like so much
And-
more, so I mean, I think.
He is
um,
crazy smart.
But,
Sure.
I
I mean, do you think there's, I mean, if it's weather related, they'll.
I can't read the name of city council.
Related, so I wouldn't get
JAV.
them, I wouldn't get them. Unless you.
I mean, like some of them.
Yeah. That could still be the same guy.
You
This
know.
was done on the 6th of February, 23, so
Okay.
about almost 2 years old.
He may have retired by now.
I didn't know if we had.
He needs.
Well, we don't have a policy on it, but we wouldn't, like, we do specifically talk about insurance and anything like that, which would fall under, and we don't purchase those unless there's, yeah.
Once again, it's not,
And so the policy we have is.
I mean, maybe there's parts of that that are gonna be helpful, but that's a city ordinance.
So we've asked that.
Yeah.
So the last part I'm not sure.
Enforcement, we still don't.
You know,
It's still
Yeah,
the-
because it's.
I mean, it's still the same
tied to
question.
and that's what.
That, the second part, I'm just guessing,
and
but I do know we've.
We've
talked
already
about it
got
in the
for our legislative meeting.
past. Look it up.
Right.
But so,
We
we don't
I
have.
put together a
General,
model state statute
anything extra.
that basically
For
empowers
some reason you think-
RCPD to
And then. you
go
have to
and-
actually make it-
medical law enforcement to go, if there's something that violates permit. Or even more importantly, that people are trespassing and stuff, they go write a citation. That's what the whole, and because I read it, it was less than a page long.
That's what you said.
Yeah, which I'm proud of, because I'm like, I'm a big believer in law.
People in that specific committee will be proud of that too.
If there's one thing that I used to deal with, I used to have to deal with federal
What else?
legislation. And
It's so
They
crazy.
could take 2,000 pages to
Trouble.
write something out.
That's what
I mean,
You know, like in that, that's what they say, they can, that once you
and
put
it's
steps on
it
that.
was so stupid.
Yeah, like on the. And you're searching and then go crash, yeah, that's what they say, I mean, I don't know, these people are gonna lose their parents' life, like pennies on the dollar. Yeah, you should.
You know where this townhouse unit on Little Kitten Avenue is, Little Kitten and what? Did you have any for the tax thing that the city passed, for the tax incentives, but they wanted a developer for 26 units in to the Manhattan Mercury.
I don't have that exact location.
The
But
Little Kitten is like, it goes up into Cobra Hills,
Yeah.
and I'm just wondering, there's townhouse, but there's also that nursing home.
Yeah, that's the
across
one that
street
actually they're gonna have to talk to 378 on. It's in that school district.
Oh, I did find out some good news. Right, they did not authorize they did not actually, I think this was just the first step in the process. It wasn't, we're not on the 30-day. Right, that's this was, they haven't done the entire application for the project yet. Jake caught that because apparently under their process, they have 2 steps.
Right, they have to go through it twice.
Yeah, they have to go through it twice.
They have one reading and then a second reading.
Yeah, but doesn't, I know that, Commissioner McCullough was saying, let's not cause a lot of extra work for the different entities, let's find out now if they're gonna go for it or not.
Yeah, and I,
That's a good.
as we know, we're gonna have a broader discussion about our agenda. When, I believe that is scheduled for
Thursday, isn't it?
Thursday.
This week.
Yeah.
Somebody says, yeah.
It's what was tentative on Clancy's time. Clancy gave up his time, so we could present that.
I
Now I'm
didn't,
irritated.
I didn't executive session,
No,
That's
because I didn't see that on tentative agenda, or maybe it just changed.
it wasn't as under Clancy's. time. We
Oh,
haven't
okay,
changed it
okay,
yet.
okay,
So
gotcha.
Clancy's slot will be replaced with that. Sorry, I wasn't clear.
No, I probably just didn't. My brain is mush these days.
Yours too, I'm like,
I just got so much going on. It's just.
I know, there's too much right now, it's just like, it seems like everybody's trying to push everything to the end of the year,
Yeah.
December.
It's every year though.
I know, it's crazy.
And I tell you, it is, you guys know our office stance on being very conservative. It doesn't qualify as executive session. And even though this could right to, this receivable litigation is a sexy matter, we need to have it out here.
No, yeah. I agree.
Totally fine, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I'm really not.
Well, I knew you would. I just,
Just like sometimes.
since we're on,
I was just
like to.
thinking, because, the nursing home across the street, was, when I lived kind
Yeah,
of
no.
close to Located for a while.
Yeah.
They were trying to sell some lots and develop lots in there, so I don't know if that's where it is on on that side of the street, which would be the west side of the street, or if they're further up Little Kitten, because there really isn't a lot of space on Little Kitten to do 46 townhomes. I mean, it's
Yeah, I don't know exactly. We'll have that.
gotta be up in Clover Hill somewhere.
That's what I believe. I think that, I think actually.
I haven't actually seen either one of the three proposals. I just, I don't know where.
Yeah, and well, I know the one of Clover Hill's the Burton, but
I think we've been,
The ones with district, the other two are districts.
yeah.
yeah, I just.
The thing that's interesting is we've been getting our information by downloading it from the city's website, right?
Really, they're not sending it to us.
Not to my knowledge.
What about the school district? Are they getting anything? Or they-
I'm not aware.
No, they just probably assume we'll get the information on our own.
Yeah.
Get it for you.
Yeah.
It's typical.
We'll get it for you.
That's such a.
Yeah. I was gonna try, I'm doing it really did pen and food contaminants.
I think that.
Technically have staff.
I think that must be the assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one for my birthday, but great. All over the.
That's why I
Well,
like-
I don't want to waste taxpayer dollars in the city to have them go through all this stuff and then.
Yeah.
When.
Got problems with that.
Yeah, I think that's what,
I don't, I just.
that was really the intent of the last city county meeting, was the city was really asking if it was even something the
Yeah.
school district and the county are open to entertaining.
Well, they didn't even ask us that. We didn't
They-
ever
they
say.
Well, in a roundabout
We didn't
way.
even say it. We didn't even tell them what we thought.
We don't even know what we're doing yet, though.
No, I mean, I'd ask questions that they never answered.
That's why I think that's why we're considering a. I love to champion, we have so many competent people in this county, right? Thanks to Anna for tracking all of this, right? And then Jake and the policy that you'll be reviewing on Thursday has been compiled by Jake and Brittany based off of some other stuff that we've seen done around the state.
Mhm.
So.
We pirated a lot from a very well drafted policy, but also want commissioners to let us know anything you'd like to add or take out of it. That's why we're going to present it to you.
Yeah, there's a couple things in that policy that are like. How would I say, policy-based stances
Yeah, that's
that you're gonna wanna make sure that you agree with. And I can point those out when.
Yeah.
We really bring it up.
presentation. Yeah.
Perfect topic to discuss just before the holidays.
And there's not one. Remember a couple years ago was that annexation over there. Never ceases.
I guess they're hoping you're in the holiday spirit.
I'm not,
I will be next
as
week.
far as I'm concerned, it could get to 2025 anytime now. I'm done with this year.
Just remember WTF.
Yeah,
Last time it was 2020 when it started out WTF. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the first 3 days of the year.
Oh, really?
I put the acronym there, didn't
Yeah, for the
you?
start of the year. Yeah,
Just saying.
careful what you wish
You
for
want to do
too.
this?
I keep saying the next year is gonna be.
Oh,
better,
we
so
both got
we're
copies?
going.
Okay.
No.
You wanna do one, you can do one.
Just, it's the
We
same.
got
I'm
two
done.
today. You can
We
do
have
this one.
Okay, I need to practice. We got a rough session.
Going the full time on this, Brian.
Yes.
Which one do you have? This one?
I don't know, these
Same
ones
one.
the same.
Same one? Oh,
Yeah,
they're the same.
yeah, that's the same. Well, I have a whole other one printed up
For the next one.
for the next one.
Yay.
No, you need one.
Yeah,
So they,
Oh, you want
you've
this?
got one and then there's.
Go ahead, you can.
Oh.
I got one.
And that's the first one.
No, that's the first. one.
We're not having, we didn't have a press conference.
I need it now.
Michelle, Adams and myself already took dibs on naps today, so there are no more other people that can have naps.
All I need is one more thing.
For you to get a nap.
I've got a recliner.
He's got
I'm
the
sure Commissioner
recliner.
McKinley wants to nap too,
I
so.
do.
We're gonna have to take bids on that recliner.
Okay, I think we're ready.
Okay, I would make a motion that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chair McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation with Bryant Parker and Jacob Hansen, deputy counselors, attorneys for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:55 a.m. Rich Vargo, County Clerk, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on potential litigation with Bryant Parker and Jacob Hansen, deputy county counselors, attorneys for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 9:55 a.m. And Rich Fargo, County Clerk, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information. All in favor?
Aye.
after that day, 48-hour turnaround. It's sold today.
Well, I am very, I'm optimistic that we will not need up the time for the next executive session.
So we did take action.
Consensus.
Yeah.
Consensus. And let the record reflect we have consistent consensus. Okay. All right.
Seconds left.
Yeah. No seconds left now.
Now it is, okay. I make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know we were.
Just wanted to be sure
session.
YouTube was
Yeah.
live.
Okay, do I need to make it?
Mhm.
Okay, I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, the record shall reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Back in session.
Thank you, everyone. And it's time for Brittany Phillips.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Phillips, Budget and Finance Officer, here to present the 2024 budget amendment hearing. We met about this, feels like a few weeks ago now, maybe even longer, it seems like, but this was published in the Mercury and with a 10-day limit before this meeting, and so here's the full list of the 2024 budget amendments. I would just ask that you open up for.
Has it been 10 days already?
Yeah, it's been longer, actually.
Oh, yeah, and longer.
Yeah,
I think we did this right before Thanksgiving.
yeah, I think I presented it on the 21st
Oh,
for
okay.
approval, and it got published on the 29th, which was the final day to publish.
I just, seems like yesterday, but.
Okay, well, we do need to open it up for a public discussion first, correct?
Yes,
So
correct.
I'll go ahead and open up that hearing. Anybody from the public would like to speak on this budget amendment? Rather now, hold your peace. I don't see anybody on Zoom here first, so. Okay. Be that as it may, then I'll go ahead and close off the public comment section of the hearing, and guess we'll move on to final discussions.
Commissioners have any questions?
Just to clarify, I mean, really, roughly, it's about the increase, it says, shows increase in expenditures, but it's not.
Right.
It's mainly that
It's your
CIP, the difference is most of that CIP that we transferred in, or we transfer into CIP.
I think the thing the public should recognize here is there's no increase in the ad valorem or the mill levy
Yeah,
at
we're
this
not
point. in time
spending,
for that,
it's,
right?
you know, the headlines in the Mercury said, oh, we've increased our budget for about $10 million, which.
The money was already there, we're just
Yeah.
repurposing it, putting it in a
It's
different
not,
line.
it doesn't increase any taxes, it's just.
Correct. It just, doing this allows us to spend that money, really.
And it keeps up with state statute.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't authorized earlier as we finished up the 2024 budget last year, so.
Right.
But basically, it's just like playing fist and chess.
It's
basically.
just
Checkmate.
Yeah,
just shuffling.
Yeah.
The right pocket to the left pocket. Well, that's what that CIP money basically was.
yes, exactly. We already had the cash on hand.
Just-
You can pay anything out of the general fund. We did the transfer and now we can just amend our budget accordingly.
Okay. Yeah, let's see.
You're okay with it?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I move to
Yeah.
approve the 2024 budget amendment as presented.
I would second that.
Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the 2024 budget amendment as presented. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All three, please sign. Thanks, Brittany. Next, commissioners, just
Signature. Oh. Okay,
Next, commissioners, you have Mr. Holman, an executive session at 10:05. Do you have another document for that? Brian?
Yes, I do.
Next executive
Oh,
session,
gotcha.
or template. Helps us all. Thank you. Doing the full-time, Brian?
I think we could probably do it with 15. I mean, what do you think, Rich?
I can do it right, I can.
I counted down 3 lines on all. I think.
Yeah, it's really just a conversation. Yeah.
Sign it somewhere.
So then take this to 10:20.
Yep, 10:20.
You're doing that.
Commissioners, there's actually a guest here that would like to present you a gift from Schwab Ian, so.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Merry Christmas from Schwabby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Oh, jelly beans.
Jelly bellies.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I want to do that or do I want to sign this? I don't know. I better sign this.
Yeah, sign that. Yeah. Then you can open up the jelly bean.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still foggy, huh?
That's supposed to be.
Seen it on I-70.
Yeah.
You can really see it from upstairs. Look out over the.
Well, I took my dog out. It was
I
like,
saw
you
it
can
up
hardly
hill down
see.
here
in the
looking
fog.
back down to the river, just like a big cloud.
3 o'clock and looked at it. I mean, it was thick.
Really thick.
But this morning it was clear. Up.
Wasn't too bad this morning for me, but you probably still have it.
So is it, they're basically the same.
They're identical.
I'll give you one back just to not confuse myself.
And you can have this one back too, eventually.
Yeah. It says for a portion of the executive session that Elizabeth and Rich will be there, but they'll be there for the whole part of this one.
Just keep the portion.
That's right.
So Clancy's not around today?
He's ill. He did not want to share with the office
Oh,
his
okay.
illness. And I said, we thank you for not being generous. Commission, I advise you that you do not have to share any of the jelly bellies
Okay.
with anyone else.
I
There you go.
got it now.
I think you should share it with one another. I think that's. And I'm certain that.
But you gotta keep your mitts out of it.
That's right. I'm gonna keep my mitts out.
Out of it.
Huh.
Oh, well, yeah, this deal you sent about the deal in Riley. It'd be okay to forward yours and
Oh, yeah.
his to the city commission or city clerk, just to let her know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
their RCPD's being so helpful.
Yeah. In your note and his note, kind of explain what's going on and how it's being taken care of. So,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Oh, my goodness.
okay.
Look at that.
Now we got,
All sorts of-
Careful, might all end up on the floor.
Really?
it's good. Back on the back of that is the code showing what they all are.
That's cool. See what it is, really cool. Well, in Punch conference, very popular.
Never seen one of those.
I've never seen one of these either. How?
They're pretty good. They're good. They're good.
Oh, you.
They're worse. I've had a lot of those, Commissioner, but I have a self-imposed ban on the factory store for Russell Stover and Abilene because I always walk out with at least 6 pounds of chocolate.
Oh, yeah, I went by there, going to the conference last week.
Uh-huh.
Stuff for some candies. No.
Nope. My favorite are the bloopers.
I can't imagine even working.
That's what I was trying to, I'd go back in the back and look for the bloopers and stuff, because those are, they don't look pretty, but still taste the
Yeah,
same.
they taste the same. I feel kind of like a blooper sometimes too.
Look how he's good.
We talked about inside.
You don't have to say everything you think.
We did.
We have to revisit.
We did. Okay, I think you're right.
That was your out loud voice.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're allowed one a day and that's it.
Okay.
No more out of the peanut gallery over here. We need to get going on this executive session.
Yep, it's time.
Okay. Move the county commissioner, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation with Brian Parker and Jacob Hanson, deputy county councilors, attorneys for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship and exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 10:20 a.m. Rich Fargo, County Clerk, and Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the session to provide factual information.
I would second that.
Okay, been moved and seconded that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation with Bryant Parker and Jacob Hanson, deputy county councilors, attorneys for the commission, which should be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. The county open meeting to resume in the county chamber at 10:20 a.m. Rich Fargo, Riley County Clerk, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we're on. I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded. The Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
I
Aye.
move the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation with Bryant Parker and Jacob Hanson, deputy county councilors, attorneys for the commission, which will be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, the exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 10:30 a.m.
I would
Rich-
second.
Rich Vargo, County Clerk, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded at the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on potential litigation with Bryant Parker and Jacob Hanson, deputy county councilors, attorneys for the commission, which we deem privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 10:30 a.m. Rich Fargo, Riley County Clerk, Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, will be present during a portion of the executive session to provide factual information. All in favor?
Okay. Aye.
Aye.
Morning, Gary. Morning, Catherine.
I'll see you all at one. Thank you.
Yep.
Are we on?
Thanks,
Do
Elizabeth.
we,
I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
We don't have to talk about it in census. I have my direction.
I move the record reflect action, so we take them consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session. In favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thanks, Brian, Jacob. Next, oh, it's past time for
Yeah.
Catherine. Sorry. Thanks for waiting.
Certainly, I can move fast. Good morning, everybody. Catherine Hensler, Museum Director. Just here with our monthly staff update that we had November
Take it.
numbers and statistics. Real quickly, visitation and tours, we're kind of average for this time of year. We just look low from the previous one because we have such great attendance in October. Also, just a reminder that the Pioneer Log Cabin is closed for the season, so we won't have any attendance until April of 2025 on that. Volunteer hours, again, a little below normal, but still kind of running on average to be normal month. I won't go through all of the education and outreach. You can read about those things. But probably the one important thing to note is that our team did attend the Kansas Museums Association conference in Fort Scott, Kansas in early November. About 150 attendees were there, and I was able to provide 2 presentations, one solo on independent research, and then another panel discussion talking about funding in Kansas museums. As far as collections, one of the big things that occurred in November is the Kansas Historical Society came out to the Goodnow House and ran their what should be annual inventory. One has not been done since 2019. So we are really pushing to get them back on schedule, and Don Lunker, Carrier Collections, was able to assist in that. And they made it through all but one room, which is great. You'll also notice that we are still trying to really limit those numbers of donations coming in. However, we did have a few that were approved. There's 1 month, we're gonna come in here and there's gonna be a 0 at that number. We're just
I don't think so.
Can we wager on that?
But we have been able to go through some of the backlog during that time. Also, this past month is really when we wrapped up our NAGPRA obligations. We have one request for repatriation that was just published last week on the federal NAGPRA page. So we can officially and legally initiate that repatriation on January 6th. And I'll have more in upcoming reports on that. Library and archives, nothing outrageous, new or exciting. I do want to report though that research team we put into place of 2 volunteers and 2 as needed staff members is working very well. In the absence of a curator of archives and library, they took in 7 research requests in the month of November. All have been completed. We are also very fortunate. Our numbers with requests have been very low, so it hasn't been putting a huge amount of pressure on a team. Building and grounds, we are moving forward with that with the replacement of the new HVAC system on one of the museum zones. That work is being completed by Thermal Comfort Air. Thank you for taking a close look at that on the emergency CIP list and helping us get that initiated. We are very excited to be receiving that upgrade. Also, we have brought in Economy Electric to give us some quotes on the lighting in both the galleries and the permanent and temporary storage areas. So again, thank you for considering those requests. We will keep pursuing. The Historical Society, Kansas Historical Society has started their repairs on the Goodnow property. That includes the doors and the windows restoration, as well as some mortar restoration through Hartman Masonry. So that is being funded by both the Pine Foundation grant and the Kansas Historical Society. There's also a request with our Historical Society to fund that, but please do know no funding is coming from Riley County.
And also, very importantly, we will be closed to the public for tours between December 24th and January 24th as we install new exhibits. So thank you very much for supporting that request. We are going to pursue those additional 2 weeks that you had mentioned at our last, when I was here with that car request. So I haven't put out formal messaging to the community just yet. That's probably a question for Rich. Do I need to get back on an agenda to request those additional 2 weeks?
Or you could do it now if you wanted to.
Can I do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, the commission's already been presented and they discussed it previously, so, but it's up to the
Yeah, I
commission
thought we
on
had
it,
approved it
actually.
already.
Yeah.
I did
this
too.
is
It's up to the commission, actually, so
Okay,
if there's a consensus to allow that, then.
Yeah, sure.
Thought we'd already did.
And what's the date that would start?
so that would be 2 weeks after we would have to bypass the Kansas Day opening date. And really, the reason why we're looking at it for afterwards is simply because we don't yet have a quote or a time frame from the electrician. So it's not gonna happen before Christmas. So 2 weeks in addition, we would be looking at,
February.
it would be, we open to the public on February 8th.
So you close
February the 15th.
the 14th through February 8th.
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, December 24th, sorry.
February 15th.
Yes,
Okay,
it
so
was
6 weeks.
closure until the 14th, we reopen to the public on February 15th, which is a Saturday. Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah.
Or is
As long as they have
Yeah.
consensus.
Great,
You
thank you.
might let Vivian know that change.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
she has put together some messaging for us, we have just chosen not to release it yet, because we figured we would need those extra 2 weeks, so
Sure.
we'll go ahead and talk with her and get everything out. Thank you very much for considering that. The other very important thing I want to mention is that an offer was presented to Carolyn Farron of St. Augustine, Florida, for the position of Curator of Archives and Library, which she accepted. She has a tentative start date for Monday, January 6th. We, of course, are working with HR to get all that paperwork completed, but she has a BA in History and an MA in Museum and Artifact Studies. You'll notice artifact is spelled differently. That is the British way of spelling it. She gained her graduate degree in Great Britain. She has served in the curatorial and archival roles since 2018 and has worked on a number of museums on the East Coast as well as in the United Kingdom. We look forward to welcoming her here, and as soon as she is in town and on the job, we will bring her to one of our commission meetings and introduce her to you. We did receive exactly 90 applications from local, national, and international candidates. So we're very excited to get Caroline started, and we're really excited to get somebody in that position. It has been a while. I won't go through anything else other than you can see the upcoming events. Does anyone have any questions?
Somebody else in from Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, everybody's escaping Florida.
We're raiding them.
Come to
They're tired of hurricanes and
Yeah.
tornadoes, right?
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Catherine.
Have a nice
Have a
day.
good week.
I lived
Commissioners,
in
you have your
Florida.
first interview at 10:40 with Mr. Olds.
Yeah, let's take 30 seconds to figure out how we're doing this.
Commissioners, I don't know if, I believe Elizabeth is planning on being present.
No, she
Well,
said
she
she
said Michelle.
Michelle's here somewhere.
She
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, Michelle, so I think the plan was, because we do have prepared questions, do you all have copies of those?
No.
Did she exit?
She did, but I conveniently have copies.
I think that's what she's getting.
Okay. You have copies too?
The questions?
Yeah.
Great. If you could pass those out, please.
Thank you.
You were here and then you were gone.
Well, I was told to deliver this to you and one to McKinley.
Oh, those are not for now, those are for the department head
Executive sessions, yeah, we need the
Sessions this
questions
afternoon.
for the law
These are
board.
the questions for, do you have them? Okay,
Who are these?
these are for all the law board, member interviews.
Yep.
We have
We're
four
gonna have three today.
Yeah, who's getting? All of
All of it.
All
They all
of them, yeah.
and multiple copies.
I'd say we get full copies of this.
Yeah.
Well, three.
You're having three of them today. Three of them today. Were you aware one canceled?
I would not.
Yeah, the last one, she's ill. We're gonna have to reschedule. You must have stepped away. Sorry about that, Brian.
That's fine.
Yep, Linda Gibbs is ill today.
Okay, so we only have two.
Gary, Mickey, and Orville.
Okay, I crossed off.
Yep.
Okay, we are officially ready, Gary. I'll have you come up to the podium.
Oh, I'm gonna stand up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At my age.
That was the first question, durability.
ADA or what?
Okay. Yeah,
All right. So the law board meets on, at noon, the third Monday of the month in person at the city hall or another town hall in our county. Will you be able and willing to attend those meetings in person?
Yes, unless I'm ill or on vacation. Or some other circumstances like car wreck. Not my fault.
What have you done to learn about the law board? And what did you learn about the law board?
Well, I've been, I guess you could say, paying attention to the structure of how county government works and city government works in relationship to the law board. And its creation back in 74, I believe it was. And my understanding is that the citizens back then agreed to consolidate law enforcement. Created this statutorily, they created this board where there's representatives. Originally, as I understand it, they were all elected officials, and then sometime in the 2000s, early 2000s, they ended up pretty appointed officials by different entities. I did a little research on their RCB's website, and just kind of looked at the purpose, the mission, those types of things. So I've not read any of the minutes of any of the previous meetings, but I have attended and made public comments. I think it was this year, last year, I can't remember. Or both questionings of things and having some questions.
What do you believe is the most important function of the law board?
And no 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was thinking about that
20 this
for a
time.
brief moment. I would have to. Based on what I know, which I know, I don't know a lot about RCBD, but I would have to concur with the statement that they talk about evidence-based policing agency to reduce crime and to improve the quality of life for the citizens we serve. I would agree with that statement. Of course, being the person that I am, and all of you know how I do this, is I would ask questions of that with regards to, I don't truly believe that any of you or any of law enforcement can actually improve the quality of my life. They can certainly improve the opportunity for the quality of my life, but not the quality of my life. That's dictated by me. It's semantics. It's like in education, they say education. No, it's an opportunity to educate. The citizens have to be responsible. Students, I should say. So in summary, I would say I support that statement. It makes sense.
If appointed, are you able to actively ensure that function of the law board is met?
If I have a full understanding of what the function of the law board is, which I assume it's not strictly that quote. There's probably more intricacies to it. I also understand the primary function, not the exclusive function, but the primary function of the law board, approving the budget and hiring a director. There's probably a whole lot of things underneath it with regards to policy, but
If appointed, what, if any, changes should be made in that function of the law board?
that function refers to what?
The board itself, the structure of the board, what it
Yeah,
does.
and I've talked to this board about that before. I believe with all my heart, even though I'm here as an applicant, that the structure of the law board needs to change. And my preference would be that the law board goes back to the way it was prior to 2001, somewhere in that neighborhood, where all of the members of the law board were elected officials. And my reasoning for that is back to the Revolutionary War and prior to it, it's taxation without representation. And that's just fundamentally wrong. I'm applying for this because long term, I'm hoping that the commissions, don't know if it will happen this year, but I hope that the commissions would see the light and the fairness of that. Because none of the appointees that are non-elected officials can be removed by the citizens. Only the elected officials can be removed by the citizens through the process of biannual or whenever the elections are, or however often they occur. I'm not sure that answered the question. So
You have a question, Kathy?
we can dive.
No, well. Well, the appointments to the law board, citizen or elected officials are for 2 years at this point. You know, the elected officials rotate, but
Right.
that's a removal factor that they, if a citizen is doing something that you don't agree with, it would be, yeah, I mean, you could protest it, but they'd be gone in 2 years.
Right, but from a budgetary standpoint, they have the right to vote. It would take 3 non-elected persons and 1 elected person to pass a budget,
Which is happening.
and that's not fundamental. Right?
Okay.
Oh, it has happened. I didn't even have that.
Well, I mean, technically just about every year, really, if you think about it.
I actually don't look at the election
Oh.
results. I just know that they pass, or they pass and modify it. And then,
At least you're honest.
but I just think that it's in the best interest of the citizens that if that's not willing to be done, and I've mentioned this before, then as the statute allowed, the petition drive needs to take place and see what the citizens wants, because I don't know why it changed, other than the fact that I read online a League of Women Voters, and I think somebody else, I can't remember the other group, basically put enough pressure or petitioned enough to get the elected officials at that time to not appoint people who are volunteers. And it's my understanding recently, I can tell you how recently, is citizen, there's this new, relatively new citizen advisory. So it's gonna serve the function of the 3 appointees by being able to give feedback to RCPD with regards to its operation, which is, that's great. I don't know how long that's been around, but that's a really good idea. In fact, I've actually been invited to come to one of those in January.
Yeah, they report to the police director, right?
Right.
And he
So
takes their
they're able to
advice.
give that feedback, and they don't set policy. You know, just like you guys have advisory boards and the city has advisory boards, they don't set policy.
But it's
Just
not a
make-
public board.
They just make good suggestions.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's good suggestions.
Do you have any goals in mind you'd like to accomplish as a member of the law board?
I think you kind of answered that
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, but it's not really my goal. It's gonna be my thoughts, my questions, those kind of things, because it is a collective decision, just like this board. I mean, no one person decides. So you just have to present your point of view. Once, and this happened many times, I think I said this in my document that I submitted. I cannot tell you the number of times that after 8 years of serving on the Housing Authority Board, I would ask a lot of questions. I'm really bad at asking questions. And I'm telling you, probably, gosh, close to 100% of the time, when I ask questions, why do we do this? The answer is federal regulation. And it just drove me crazy. Didn't make sense the way they did things, but they had to do it that way because federal regulations. And there's probably going to be some of that in this board too, just like there is in your board in the city. I mean,
Probably gonna be more state-based than federal, but yeah.
yes, it's state regulation.
What experience or education do you have that would be useful to you as a member of the law board if you are selected?
I think I referenced that in my questions that I submitted. The experience that I had with regards to the Manhattan Housing Authority for 8 years. That's probably my primary board experience. I have a tendency. Just this weekend, I got referred to as a fiscal hawk. Not sure the total definition of that, but I think it's a compliment. I'm not exactly sure of that either. But I have a great concern, as I've expressed to this board and the city commission, and even the school district. I have a really big concern with regards to the I'll use the word affordability or sustainability of people to be able to live here because it becomes too expensive from an ad valorem property tax standpoint. And that's a big deal to me because I think it's frustrating. Maybe it's not so frustrating. Statutorily, you really don't have a choice. I'm talking about this board, the county commission. You don't have a choice. When the law board gives you the budget, even though you're on it, you don't have a choice. As I understand it, you don't have a choice. You're writing a check.
Right.
That's not right. That's just not right. And I appreciate this last year. I know the law board, when presented with their budget, kind of went, yeah, let's look this over again. And they took a, so I guess I'm going to look at the numbers. I'm more interested in the financial side than the operations side. You know, and I have tremendous amount to learn about it. I'm willing to put in the work to try to learn it. And I'll ask a lot of questions. They'll probably frustrate people.
Okay. Well, you have talked about in our meetings here that you think that should be, the law board should be listed separately on our tax bill.
Yeah, that was a suggestion.
Yeah.
And I think it's because when most people, you know, if you've been here a while, you get it.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. But we have I don't want the percentages, but we're a very transient population. So people come and go a lot, whatever that cycle is. And therefore, I think it would be better if they understood that their law enforcement, since it is consolidated, I don't know that the state would allow it, but since it's consolidated, if they could see somehow under the tab Riley County RCPD, and it says the portion of ad valorem, because that's all you can show. Because I know you also have to pay for medical, you have to pay for the buildings, I think you have to pay for the upkeep of the buildings, and et cetera, which, by the way, that's another big issue. I think that's coming up in 2025, 2026, is the expansion or whatever relocation of whatever building. So that's something I'd be looking forward to getting involved in. But under the city tab as well, showing what the law enforcement portion. I mean, even if it's a dollar amount, and they can't do it, well, I guess they can't do a mill amount because it's a percentage, but they could show the dollar amount. Did I answer that one?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, that was good.
In your opinion, what's the best thing about the law board?
The best thing about the law board. Well, as I understand it from the statute, as it was created, the intent was to create a board that would oversee, would hire a director to oversee the operations of the board and deal with the budget as well as policy. And so I think that's a very effective model with regards to overseeing the law board. I think the upside, just to digress for a second, The upside of RCPD is there could be a strong argument to show that it's probably, if not the most, one of the most professional law enforcement agencies in Kansas. Maybe in the Midwest. I don't know what the matrix is for that. But that only happened, I assume that only happened because of the way the statute was structured to create the law board, to hire the right directors, to be able to establish the professionalism. And it's very unique because I'm not even sure. Did Wyandotte County consolidate their law enforcement?
No, they didn't.
Just somebody did out west, didn't they?
We're one, no, we're one of the
No,
very
that-
few in the nation.
Yeah,
There's a statute that can't be any other, isn't there a law?
there is, well, it doesn't say it outright, but
It
it's
just says
been
we can do
Yeah.
it. We're the only ones authorized to do it.
You're right.
Finney County or somebody else.
No, it's Lake and the city of Lakin and that county consolidated their government, but they didn't consolidate law.
Yeah, and now I know, like you said, statutorily, you have to have a sheriff. So it is what it is unless they change the
That's how it
statute.
changes, yeah.
So the law board has achieved the things, as I understand it, statutorily that they wanted to. That they're designed to in terms of oversight. And I know there's been times, I'm sure there's been times, I think there's only been 6 directors.
Yep.
And I know there's interim directors because I remember seeing them.
Mhm.
On the board.
I think he's.
So I think that speaks a lot. I mean, you're talking 50 years to only have 6 directors. And I'm sure they all weren't perfect, but they did their job. They did it well enough. Some of them, I think, the longest.
Well, that's the reason there's so few, as Al was in there for so long, Al Johnson.
Yeah.
Previous county commissioner as well.
And I think you've answered the question about the primary reason you were wanting to serve, so. Anybody have anything additionally? Okay.
So can I get a closing statement in my last 30 seconds? If I have that. I would appreciate the opportunity to be on the board. I don't, if I am not appointed, I am not going to change my mind with regards to what I believe. Of course, it's just what I believe. So my job would be to go out and convince other people that it's in their best interest to get you all and get the city commissioners to change the structure so that you guys are all appointed. And I think the strongest argument for that, in my opinion, is the fact that in the last couple of years, they've created that citizen advisory board. So I see this as a window of opportunity for you all and the city commissioners to get all elected officials on that board. So my feelings won't be hurt if I don't get on it. So long as you guys will please make only elected officials on that board. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
Oh, what's the timeline? We do have to make the appointment.
I think we're gonna we've got some more interviews on Thursday, and then I think we're gonna try to make that decision next Monday.
Okay.
Before the
January
actual,
meeting is when the actual board meeting, because you mentioned this, the actual board meeting.
yeah, the changeover will happen in
you
January.
make this third meeting.
Outgoing members will get recognized, and then newcomers will get sworn.
And that's the third.
Good question. Yeah, third.
It's today, isn't it? No.
It'll be on the 21st, which will actually be a Tuesday because the 20th is Martin Luther King Day.
Right.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah.
Next commissioners of 11, you're supposed to have Mickey Teener.
Yes, and right here.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Morning.
All right, we will get started. So the law board meets at noon, the third Monday of the month, in person at the city hall or another town hall in our county. Will you be able and willing to attend those meetings in person?
Yes, absolutely.
What have you done to learn about the law board?
Short of absolutely nothing. I've looked it up. I checked all that out before. I understand how boards work. I've been on a board myself. I've been on committees endless over time. So I understand the whole functionality of the board. Honestly, I saw that happen, probably a month ago, where there was a need for folks on board, and I saw the law board, and I've always had an interest in law enforcement. From the time I got out of the Marine Corps, I did some work with the sheriff's department in Crawford County. And did some other things with that. I started out at Wichita State with a major in criminal justice, for example. When I worked in community mental health and with juveniles for about 4 years while I was working on my undergraduate degree at Pittsburgh State. So I've always had an interest in law enforcement, and so that piqued my interest when I saw that. Well, this might be a good thing. This might be the right thing for me to invest my time into. So.
What do you believe is the most important function of the law board?
I think any board, basically, obviously you help in making decisions, but ultimately you're responsible to the community and to the leadership. And a lot of times as far as boards are concerned, we do a lot of work in investigating or checking things out, but also just in recommending and coming up with like what might be a best value and a best decision for, for just taking care of the resources that we have available, and just the decisions we can do and the rightness of those.
If appointed, are you able to actively ensure that function of the law board is met?
Oh, absolutely.
If appointed, what, if any, changes should be made in that function of the law board?
I'm one of those people that if something is significantly broke, we don't go about trying to fix it. And I see a lot of rightness and a lot of good things. Obviously, there's no such thing as a perfect entity or a perfect organization. It doesn't exist. But what we do is we strive to do the best of what we have. And I think that's important. So a lot of times I'll come on board on something and I might be silent for the first period of time because I'm actually learning and gaining information. Once I'm at that point, I think, then there's something to offer. But I mean, if there's something blatantly wrong, obviously we want to go after that. We want that to be taken care of. But in a lot of cases, there's not a lot blatantly wrong. There's some small things that need tweaked or fixed along the way. That's typically what I see.
Do you have any goals in mind you'd like to accomplish as a member of the law board?
Do the best job I could. Be accountable, be responsible, those sorts of things.
How are you going to accomplish those goals?
I think by showing up, being a good listener, being an active participant, trying to gain, looking to gain more knowledge and in what's going on at all the time. I think that would be a really good place to start.
What experience or education do you have that would be useful to you as a member of the law board if you were selected?
Again, I have a little bit of a background in criminal justice. My undergraduate degrees in education. I have a master's in administration and a master's in counseling and EDS and school psychology and family therapy, and a doctorate in education and adult learning. So a lot of background as far as education, learning, and organizational management. In the military, I was a graduate of the Sergeant Major Academy. So that's a lot of strategic implementation of programs and managing programs and looking at strategic value of doing things. As a sergeant major in the Army, I worked for TRADOC, which is Training Doctrine Command, and so I went around and I spent a great deal of time, in fact, about 4 years, doing nothing but accrediting agencies and institutions and entities. And then when I worked on Fort Riley, I was on committees with the Garrison Command, and oftentimes those had to do with accreditations and getting organizations back in shape, making sure organizations were doing what they were supposed to do. So I have quite a bit of a background in leadership and quite a bit of a background in getting organizations moved to where they need to go and meeting accreditation and doing those sorts of things that probably a lot of people don't have.
Now, I have a question. Are you familiar with the function of the law board, what they're set up to do?
I've read about it.
Okay,
I don't know that I know 100% about it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I know there's, functionality wise, there's, as a board, you do have input on how do we allocate and use funds?
mhm,
How do we allocate and steer the director as far as what the director, makes for a salary, for example? How we allocate and talk about, what officers, disposition of officers, and those sorts of things go. So along those lines, and that meets, when you look at all those things, when you add them up, that meets end states and goals of where an organization is supposed to be going. So to that end, I know that part. That's what I would say.
yeah, it's a big budget, and the county taxpayers are responsible for the maintenance of the building and, anything to do with the grounds.
When we used to look at accreditation, it was all about buildings, it was about salaries, who was getting paid this, how was this training going, what did this thing look like, the vehicle expenditures, it was
Okay,
everything that has to do with running an agency is all wrapped up into all of that, so it's kind of a big deal.
yeah, that's the way it functions, so.
Personnel matter, there's a lot goes
Oh,
on,
yeah.
a lot of moving parts.
In your opinion, what's the best thing about the law board?
Well, the fact that you have a board, that you have a section of people from various places in the county that are helping steer that agency.
And consolidated, you probably understand the consolidation.
I think that's the only department in the state of Kansas where you have this sheriff's office, that's a county sheriff's office. The rest of them have a sheriff's office and various PDs and everything.
Mhm.
This is the one that has this entity, which is always intriguing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's different. We're the other ones.
it is totally
Yeah.
different.
Mhm.
So can you tell us the primary reason you want to serve on the law board?
Interest would be one of them, I think, for me. It really piqued my interest thinking about doing this. I love this, we came here in 2008, my wife and I did, obviously the military brought us here. She's involved in a lot of things with the, in Manhattan and the area as well.
Linda, your wife?
My wife, no, is Missy. She-
Oh, okay, I know Missy,
Amicus
okay.
With Gail.
Yeah.
Yeah, works there. So, she's making me look bad, actually. She's way more involved.
Yeah, she must be involved.
But, so it just, the law board in particular just kind of piqued my interest because I always had I've always held law enforcement to a high regard and a high standard in the first place. And I've always been fascinated with that. And so this was just a chance to kind of give back and serve and do something I could do in this area.
I've been asking all the questions.
No, I'm good, thank you.
I'm always asking questions. so.
I don't mind.
Well, yeah,
No, I can bring it.
Do you have any
that's good.
questions?
I do know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, commissioners, is to 11:20.
Okay.
Gave me 20 minutes. Ugh. stand up.
So that, because like I said before, I don't think we've ever had any applicants, you know, we've had one applicant. But, so then is it an executive session or a public session when we discuss?
Public. They're not
who we think-
employees.
Okay,
Yeah, they're like all other appointed positions.
Yeah, we don't have a, we don't, there's no justification to go.
well, you know, like I said, just,
Well, no.
we haven't ever had, you know,
Sure.
the other, last time we did this.
I know, it was just like,
applicant, So,
non-peer person.
Yeah, we talked, Clancy and I talked about it along with, and I think that Rich and Elizabeth had discussions too, and we all looked at it. And this is definitely something, since they're not employees, right?
but the other thing I was wondering about how we're gonna discuss, other than have discussion. Would we each rate them 1 through 6, or how, is that how many we've got?
I think we've got 4 commissioners.
4, I think.
4 today,
Yeah.
but we got 2 more on Thursday.
Oh. Yeah, so we have, so I
So
think
do each of us rate them 1 through 6 and then see, or do we?
that's,
Yeah, I don't
I don't
know.
know.
That's why, you know,
it's tough.
because we've got a few minutes now to try to decide how this will proceed.
It's, I think that,
We could do a rating.
Well,
though.
I just wondered, I mean, if we all had same person number 1, then they're in the discussion.
sure, I
But
think,
chances are that's not gonna happen, but.
chances are. I think what's interesting, right, is the point system that Jake is thinking about is when you go to the state and they go and they do like a procurement, they will try to look at each individual one of these and then assign points to it.
Point to each question and see who's got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
I think
think
that's
that's
what-
what.
We've done that on
But
consultants, but
And it's,
Yeah.
it's up to the board how they wish to do it. You can do whatever you want, but it would seem like from a practical point of view, you brought up, and I agree with Jake that practically it's probably easier just to say, okay, which one, when you look at like, which one's your number 1, your number 2, your number 3, and then you talk amongst yourselves and
about why, pick
About why.
number 1.
see, and then I think you just reach consensus. I mean, that's kind of where it
Just
says,
each was individual, rather than
yeah.
put them together and try to add an average or something.
Oh, gosh, that sounds like a nightmare.
No,
That sounds like a
Like I
nightmare.
said, I want to try to get it cleared up before we start into the nightmare.
Oh, I
You're not
haven't,
gonna have any
no, I'm being a good boy.
job for Jake?
Jake, would you like some Joey Belly?
oh, you're interested in-
You should have some.
Oh, I am too.
We get 2 this time.
Yeah, we get, yeah, I didn't know, I knew you were interested.
There, and
Should be sure.
I'm glad you're back, because there is one thing I wanted to share that came up out of Mr. Hold's interview. I went back and confirmed the way that we appoint, and I already knew this, but I confirmed it. It's prescripted by state statute.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know you guys know that, but I just wanted to,
But even a citizen at large, this is the deal with it, the citizen at large can still be an elected official, still fit that statutory requirement.
I think that an argument could be made for that. I really do.
It's been
Oh,
done in
that's the
past.
reason it was done for decades. I mean,
Yeah.
that both the city and county did that, and it was kind of an informal agreement, and they just respectively, because it was actually a city commissioner that said, because I'm elected, you don't take away my right to be a citizen.
Yeah,
And it was because of the representation with taxation. So it was done that way.
I'm
Like I say, I
comfortable.
know there's people that want, you know, half the people are gonna say, oh, we need to keep a citizen on there, and the other half are gonna say, we need, you know, it's a,
There is.
it's a strong argument both ways. I
Yeah,
guess.
it
That is
is.
a commission
But I
decision.
think it helps that you do have that community advisory board.
Yeah.
And they're very
Yeah.
engaged. They meet monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, depending on what challenges and issues come up, and it's a very good an in-depth cross-section of both the city and the county on that board as well. So I think it
I
kind
went
of,
to one of them.
yeah.
They had a meeting up in Riley.
Yeah.
That was last year.
I think they usually do about the same time we actually have the law board meeting there. It switches up a little bit, but
Guys, these have recipes.
Yeah, right, so you take one of these and one of these, mix these together to get another. That's how you get a margarita. You take one of these and one of these.
John, I didn't mean to. cut you off.
No.
The law board is the only entity that is separate from the city and county that mandates what you pay.
Mandates being clear word there. And I tend to agree with Mr. Olds on that because of that function right there, it should only be elected officials. for that
Because the
reason.
other argument that we've heard for years is it should be elected on the ballot.
And that's where,
Separate ballot.
yeah,
Well,
that's,
separate elected
Yeah.
positions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
The law
and that would
board's
take a
like-
change in statute. and all that.
Yeah, we have,
Actually, you can, if you have, under the statute, that was the other thing I checked. If there's, I think it's 10% petition requirement.
Yeah, I know Gary and I have looked at the details on that. He's
Yeah.
aware of it.
Yeah, so the citizens could act by,
My question then becomes, who pays for that election? Is that RCPD to put it on the ballot?
County, anytime all county residents have the opportunity to vote on any issue, the county bears the cost. But it can be during a regular
you
scheduled
just have during the
election.
November election.
You
Right.
could.
Which one? Is it a 2-year or 4-year revolving position? I mean,
I would
you'd have
think
to have some
you'd want them
logistical question.
staggered.
You would.
So you don't.
So you basically have that election every election cycle. So during the federal and the state elections, and then you'd have the same one during the municipal elections in order to accomplish that.
And just think about it though. I mean,
Well, no, I guess you could probably do them midterm and presidential, I guess. But you have to make it a 4-year
It'd be
term.
Over 2 years.
Yeah, and that had to be a 4-year term to accomplish that. Like I said, those are logistics you'd have to work out.
6 position, because I don't know, or would you take off Barry?
Well, Barry's
Keep him.
technically an elected official himself too, so I would assume you would leave that. And then my thought would always
Keep
be,
him.
there'd be 3 during the city, so during the city elections, that would be part of it, and then during our elections, the other 3 would be part of that, and each one would have 3, but technically the county would always have that 4th. So that would probably be problematic.
well, and then how many are you gonna? Are individuals gonna sign up for that? There
Yeah.
are cities and counties in the state that can't get, i.e. county commissioners, county clerks, treasurers.
And the other issue that hasn't yet to be tackled is what happens with eastward expansion. That goes into a different county.
Yeah.
And already has gone into a different county. So,
That's something
Lots of stuff.
everyone's has determined they don't want to broach.
Just ignore it.
That's all everyone's done.
it's not gonna go away. That
I don't
part's,
see it.
that
I
part's
don't see
true.
anything.
Surely that's good.
It's the same thing we already did address successfully with the ambulance.
It was
That had the
mentioned
same
during
issue.
Thursday's meeting by one certain commissioner too,
What was?
RCPD.
Oh, RCPD, yeah, it was. Mhm. It was surprisingly.
Thursday, yeah, Thursday. I forgot which day it was on.
There's always plenty of issues to work on if you want to work on them.
Yeah, you can create them too.
Depends on how much work you want to do.
so I did check under the statute and all 7 would be elected every 2 years. Right, I know that Mr. Vargo already knew that. Do you know how nice it is?
So how do you break that up for equality's sake between the city and the county for equal representation for them?
Well, what's interesting is that
I mean, I guess if it's just at-large election, it's an at-large election and you roll the dice.
It states in the statute.
1 from each commission district. And then the rest are at large. So there's 1 from each commission district and then 4 members would be at large.
Okay,
They could be from wherever. And then it's just whoever gets
which each commission district?
one.
County commission.
County commission.
Because city are at large.
Right.
So we'd have 3.
So here's what,
So would they have,
we have to-
would those other at-large have to be within the city then?
No,
doesn't say that.
I know.
At large is at large,
You say-
countywide.
Says that now?
it says that
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, see, here's what's
So if
amazing.
we have. Do they have to look at it and say, oh, you know, like I say, we've got right now John and one person, that one person's from his district. Does the city we have to make sure the city has theirs?
That's
Uh-uh.
not if they're, so this only comes in if the voters approve it, but
Oh, if
Yeah.
if it's approved, oh,
if the
okay.
voters approve.
Through
it.
the petition process that Gary said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be confusing.
Here's the amazing thing though, is all the details in those statutes that I'm sure Bryant's looked at them recently, and it's been a few months since I looked at them because Gary had some question, is the detail and things that were addressed by Mr. Don Everett, who drafted that.
Is that,
It's just unreal.
we need to take 2 or 3 elections to get it passed. It's two.
I don't think it did on the
Consolidation.
election, but I think the process of the statutes did.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll hop into your interview for the law board.
Commissioners, this is Mr. Mott. correct?
Yes, correct. Good job.
The law board meets at noon, the third Monday of the month in person at the city hall or another town hall in our county. Will you be able and willing to attend these meetings in person?
Yes, ma'am.
What have you done to learn about the law board?
I have researched online and spoke with different people. I've actually even got me started with this was I talked with Director Pete about it. He was at one of our pride meetings in Randolph City. And I spoke to him at length. He's the one that kind of led me toward this area here due to my lengthy law enforcement background.
And what did you learn about the law board?
Controlling board over law enforcement, helps aides and find out what needs to be done. You know, it's not all on one person, it's a board controlling it. And actually, where I'm from, back in South Carolina, we only had one, but we had a county police department and they had the same like this set up as a governing board.
What do you believe is the most important function of the law board?
By each decision to understand what is needed, not just monetarily, but physically.
If appointed, are you able to actively ensure that function of the law board is met?
Yes.
If appointed, what, if any, changes should be made in that function of the law board?
I'm not quite sure yet. I'm quite sure that if I'm appointed and sitting, I will let myself be known if I see any differences that need to happen. And put it out to the rest of the board.
Do you have any goals in mind you'd like to accomplish as a member of the law board?
As a member of the law board, my biggest thing was equipment. To make sure they have the equipment needed, the most up-to-date equipment if possible. The rotation of weapons, the rotation of police vests, bulletproof vests. And all the equipment that every day something new's coming out and you just have to weigh the differences and the funds and if it's that needed.
How do you feel you're going to accomplish these goals as a member of the law board?
Research. And putting it out to the other members. It's not just one person.
What experience or education do you have that would be useful to you as a member of the law board if selected?
I have 37 years of law enforcement, military, local, and federal. I feel I've kind of shot the gamut all around to experience different areas. My last 20 years was an agent with Homeland Security.
In your opinion, what's the best thing about the law board?
That it works correctly and it takes some of the shoulders, some of the responsibility off the police department itself.
Tell us the primary reason you want to serve on the law board.
I want to serve my new community. I say new life, I've been involved about 5 years now. But I like serving the community now that I'm retired. I can't do it that way, so I do it another way. I've assisted Randolph with setting up their new restaurant and beverage store. I'm getting ready to become a volunteer fireman in Randolph. So I'm just looking how I can serve. Not all my honeydews are done at the house.
That's what you think. Don't kid yourself.
I would never build enough.
Any questions, Commissioners?
So how long did you say you've been in Randolph?
Randolph, my wife's been there longer. I had to wait till I retired, but I physically lived in Randolph, about 3 years. I've owned the property and been building the house and the shop that's on the property for the last 5 years. So 5 years.
About 5 years, okay. Do you think that the law board at this point or the law enforcement is serving the north part of the county well, or how do you think that could improve if not?
I think they are serving well. With the population that's up there, the amount of service is conducive to that. I see officers quite a bit. I'm friendly with several of the officers. Like I said, the director was up there meeting with us and wanted to know what problems we had, what could he do better, and he wants to get more people out there, show their faces and let them know that they're there. I heard the response for the police department is very good. Luckily, I haven't had any problems. But, yes, I think it's going well.
Good.
John, if I ask a question.
Go ahead.
You'd mentioned your experience in South Carolina where you come from. You, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said it had one police department. Didn't have a sheriff and a city police, or?
My city of Somerville that I was the detective commander of, we cover 3 counties. And one of the 3 counties is Charleston County. And they were a Charleston County Police Department. We still have a sheriff's department, but they primarily did warrant service and ran the jail. Where the police department does, like Riley County Police Department, and pretty much is the law enforcement arm of the whole county.
So was that governing board appointed or elected?
Appointed.
Thank you.
Oh, heavens. I just take notes.
Do you have any questions? For the commission?
If I'm appointed, what do you expect from me?
Go ahead.
Just take part in me, don't just show up at the meetings. You know, review materials ahead of time and like you had said, look into stuff, what's needed and be an active member, not just an observer.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
We'll be engaging in some strategic planning, some goals, and obviously, if you've read online, it's evidence-based policing, so there's always some changes in there. Got to look at how things need to be kind of probably established from an administrative standpoint. Probably moving forward to connect all those dots as well, so just having an active role in that will be both good for the agency itself and the community it serves as well.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. That is all I could do.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioners, you have a break until 1 o'clock.
Really? But we're having lunch here, right? We have lunch Friday, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I thought we were having lunch.
That's Thursday.
Oh, that's Thursday.
I was confused with the legislative conference.
Yeah.
I was confused on that today coming in too, so. Just because I was gone last week, I wasn't tracking the right day.
We discussed, because we had such a long break in between that we could go back on our.
Yeah, we had talked about, I think it'd been discussed, so that we. Actually, I didn't know the final decision. So
I don't think we really made a final decision, but that's what we were discussing. We didn't say yes or no. Kind of late now.
Y'all back here at 1 o'clock. Your dog will be still happy.
Oh,
Oh, he's had a walk today, but you know, he'll be happy to see me.
it's fun. Password is so much fun. And I knew that.
Because
It's
I haven't had
expired.
to
Mine's
do it.
expired, so I gotta put up the new one.
Oh,
You have
I
a
hate
backup
that.
device, since it's gonna send you a code and you have to use the device in order to
Yeah,
Send.
the
Multi-phone.
Okay.
To-
just make sure you have your phone ready. because then it's gonna
multi-factor
be-
authentication.
Your recess.
Yeah. Remember your first one's with Catherine,
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Bozick,
turn the mic off.
not here.
like it's
Something, it's like, I mean, you
Yeah.
have bean roulette, where you just reach in, nothing's.
It'd be fun to play.
If you don't get the skunk one.
No, it still would be. I mean, that's the fun of it, knowing whether you are or not.
You're watching somebody else get it.
Right.
We did that at the holidays once, and the bad ones are bad.
You can smell it coming out of other people's mouths. It's bad, it fills the room up. We did it around a staff
Are you
meeting.
required to sit so close to each other or what?
It was bad.
Before we get started, I have something to say. I would like us to kind of limit our times between the three of us, maybe take each get maybe 5 minutes, rather than having, like last time we did it, John was talking, we got into talking a lot and I didn't have much time to interview that person. So I'd like to suggest.
Agreed, good, yes.
John being swallowed.
Yeah. Careful.
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford and Commissioner Hope. I'm not on there.
Oh, that's from last week, but that's the only one I've got.
Please add yourself.
Okay. And Vice Chairman McKinley recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department evaluation of Catherine Hensler and to protect privacy of employee and exception of the Kansas Open Meeting Act. With Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, the open meeting to resume in the county commissioner chambers at, how long are we doing this?
1:20.
1:20, at 1:20. Need a second.
Okay. Yeah, second, I'm sorry.
Been moved and seconded that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on the performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation of Kathleen Hensler, exec director, and to protect the privacy of the employee in exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, open meeting to resume in the commission chamber at 1:20 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
All right, I'll move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second that.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Move the record reflect no binding actions taken during the executive session.
Second that.
Been moved and seconded that no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation of Diane Creek, and to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director. The open meeting will resume in the county commission chambers at
It's 1:45.
1:40. Oh, okay, at 1:45.
We 140.
I thought it was
1:45.
1:55, so it says on the schedule.
Yeah, we're already off schedule because Diane wasn't scheduled till 1:30. So
Okay,
on the agenda, it's whatever the commissioners want to do though.
I'll keep going.
I keep going.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Okay.
Do we have what was the time?
45.
1:45, that's what
Okay.
she put up there.
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford and Vice Chairman McKinley and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on a personnel matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation of Diane Creek, Health Department Director, I get used to saying that. And to protect the privacy of the employee, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 1:45 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and second, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Move the record reflect no binding action was taken during executive session.
I would second that.
It's been moved and second that no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Got a few minutes yet.
Who's next?
Corey. Everything's gonna be just flip flop, Catherine, with Michael, and then Sammy, you're gonna schedule him sometime during one of the meetings.
I suppose, yeah.
Hoping to, they're kind of jam packed.
Uh,
When all three of you are here is the issue.
Yeah.
When's this next one gonna be over?
One
The next one's gonna
45.
be over, 55 to, well, 45 elementary. So
Be 2:15.
15 after would be the, if we get started on time, quarter after would be.
2:15. Is that right?
It would be.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Oh, what I thought was a good joke while you were away, but nobody appreciated it. So I'm gonna try it again.
Okay.
So my husband's really griping at me because I don't have a good sense of direction. Get lost, I don't know where we're going. I finally have it. So I packed my things and write.
And what?
Thank you.
Pack your things away.
And write.
It took me a while too. She didn't pack her things and left. She packed her things and right, because she has a bad sense of direction. I know, right? She had to explain it all to me. I'm like.
I got it right off the bat, but I,
It's just not funny, but.
But you keep telling it. That's the funny part.
I just.
Keep pushing
need
it, so it's
somebody
gonna-
to-
It's gonna catch on.
I
He
gotta
said,
chuckle.
see, you and Greg are made of the same cloth there.
That's because he was going, I don't get it neither.
She stops, so I'll laugh.
I'll go sit in the corner.
Are we shut off or what?
no, we're.
No,
Oh, we're still
we're
on,
live.
okay.
Thank you for checking. You're about to.
I was about to say something, but.
Oh, yeah.
Not a joke, but it is a joke.
Oh. I need to look up some new material.
About as bad as the one where the rope walks into the bar, asks the bartender for a drink, and the bartender tells him, "We don't serve your kind here." And the rope says, "Why not?" It's about that bad.
I give you a courteous chuckle. You.
Like I got a chuckle out of everybody, but that's all. I wasn't even expecting that.
Oh, Lord.
Well, it's been too long of a day, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got one, it's a long one.
I agree with that.
Duck walk into a bar. You're there. It's a long one.
What is it?
Duck walks into a bar.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it's a.
It can't be any worse than these.
Can we just start things? Can we start this executive
I
session
mean.
before it gets real
You
deep?
guys, what? Got one that Clancy told. There's the first one he told me.
No, you don't want to repeat that.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, let's hear it.
I
Okay,
got-
Grasshopper walks into a bar, and orders a drink, and the bartender says, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're here. We have a drink named after you." And the Grasshopper says, "You have a drink named Kevin?"
That one I get.
Somewhere they probably do.
I've got one, but it's not on air appropriate, although it's not a dirty joke or anything. It's just not on air appropriate. But it's a good one.
Well, now I really.
Let's go to
Go into executive session.
Yeah. We have to go in executive session for the reasons of the joke, not for reasons anything else. I don't know how you. I don't know how
Legal's
you.
not here.
For a performance matter. Related to not public jokes.
Making a
Yeah, I'm
final
sure that's not gonna
motion.
get us in trouble with coma at all. No.
Protect the privacy of the commissioners.
Sure, the AG has a sense of humor.
Oh, my goodness.
I think you have to.
I think this is where HR needs to get involved.
She's trying to ignore us.
I know.
I don't think I have purview over the commissioners, just that one. He's
Yeah.
elected, so I mean, all I can do is stop Vivian from telling Ms. Kelly.
Oh, we've tried. She keeps telling me.
Doesn't have to write that into policy.
Process, policy, what was it, the three Ps?
People first. Policy,
Priorities, what?
process.
1.5 or 1.5?
Furthering the mission of Riley County through people.
The next one's until 2:15.
So it's 150.
He's right behind you.
Next one starts at
155.
55.
You got any bad jokes? We're telling bad jokes here.
Gotta have
so-
some IT jokes.
Bad jokes.
The IT jokes are probably wouldn't be yet. What's funny to them, that will make sense to
If
me.
you're a bad joke teller, you gotta find a new business.
No.
Oh, apples.
Oh,
I heard a conference. So if you took all of the lawyers in the world.
Oh, yes.
Lines them
That's
up
good.
end to end.
Oh, that is funny, yeah.
You still couldn't reach a conclusion.
Yeah.
That one is good.
That was a good one.
Even the attorneys appreciated that one.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
it's argumentative, though.
That's why you come to no conclusion.
Can we request like a Burger King?
Yeah, right when they order your secret filter, they can get the drum machine too.
Okay.
There's gotta be an app for that.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, there's an Indiana Jones whip, like that you can have and when you with your phone, there's gotta be
Really?
one for-
I've never seen that
Well,
one.
he's educating you about it right now.
This is coming from the tech guys. So
Drum
that's
roll.
probably true.
No, but I want him to solve it for me.
That'll be.
Yeah.
I made treats for Cindy Cabrio's birthday.
Mhm.
So I've had sugar like starting from this morning and I just kept going throughout the day.
Might want to stop.
Yeah, with Kathy, that one.
She's kept us all sugarized all day.
Yeah, so I'm aiming to go sit down.
I've got all those jelly beans over
Yeah,
there.
she doesn't even.
Although
Corey, you.
Those aren't the
jelly-
surprise beans, right?
No,
You don't know
no,
what you're gonna get.
They've got-
There's the bad joke.
They got the code there on.
Okay,
There's
there's
a surprise one,
there's a
really
chart.
bad.
Oh.
there's
Oh,
a chili mango.
oh,
I'm curious about.
yeah, we watched some of our kids.
Well, you
do
can
that.
solve your curiosity.
It was
It's
one of those.
Like,
What was that?
right? Like.
Yeah,
it's like
they,
a
it
game.
was actually
Much for
a
sitting down.
wheel, you
Yep.
spun it and when it landed on it, then you just went,
Take that one.
oh. Boy, when they get like the one that's dirty sock and some.
It's entertaining though, right?
Oh, it's hilarious.
Uh-huh.
It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, that
Chili
was, that
mango's
was
worth
Rich's
it.
argument. Everybody was like, no, it's gross. And he's like, that would be hilarious. That would
Yeah.
be so funny.
Yeah,
Very nice jelly.
you're gonna crash hard.
Right?
It's
Yeah.
not even 5 o'clock yet. You got 3 hours.
You're gonna have to drive me home when I crash in this sugar bag.
Okay. So close.
But yet so far.
Tick, tick.
Is there a citation for too much sugar? You can't drive well.
I don't.
Yeah.
There's some people under normal circumstances that can't even do that.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's good.
I'll move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation of Corey Meyer, to protect the privacy of the employee and exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director. Open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 2:15.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on a personnel matter for non-elected personnel, department head valuation of Corey Meyer, IT Director, IT and GIS Director, and to protect the privacy of the employee in exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, the open chamber to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:15 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, the meeting is live.
Move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll move the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded that no binding action was taken during the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Greg, you good with 237?
2:37, okay.
2:37, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
It's a
we're
weird
good.
time.
Move the county commissioner, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Folk to recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel or department head evaluation of John Ellerman to protect the privacy of the employee and exception to the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director, the open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 2:37,
Would second that.
not 2:36.
No. 36 and a half.
I think you'll need the whole 20, okay? So,
Oh, great.
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chairman McKinley, and Commissioner Folke recess into executive session on a performance matter for non-elected personnel, department head evaluation of John Ellerman, Public Works Director and County Engineer, and to protect the privacy of the employee in exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Director. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 2:37 p.m. on the dot. All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, as well.
Yes,
I move the board- County commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session, all in favor?
I,
Leave the record reflect no binding actions taken during the executive session.
would second that.
Been moved and seconded that the record should reflect that no binding action was taken during the executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
On to that.
So Commissioners, we have one department head evaluation to reschedule. I already reached out to Cindy to look for 20 minutes, but have to find a time when you're all in. And I'll let you know.
I guess I owe you some money for this.
That's what they tell me, $30.
$30. I don't have my checkbook. Would I write it to the Public Works Department or what?
Probably count.
Okay.
You need 2 points of ID when you take us your check.
Yeah, okay. Unless you take credit cards.
2.5% charge on that.
Is there? Well, that's not good. I'd rather get my check. Okay. So we're gonna reschedule Michael. And that's for what, Thursday?
I doubt
You don't know?
I doubt there's time on Thursday, but I just asked Cindy just this afternoon if we could find 20 minutes sometime in the next few meetings, so.
Oh,
I'm here Thursday and Monday, but I'm not here. I'm
I
gone.
know, it may be after the beginning of the year, but
Yeah,
we'll just do it as soon as you're all here and there's time. I'd be surprised if there were 20 minutes.
I could come in another day.
That's why we had to steal Clancy's time to get the
Yeah.
RHID discussion on for Thursday, because the whole morning's booked already.
in the next meeting.
Rather than make you come back for one item, you know.
Yeah. Well, we should be able to squeeze it in somewhere.
We'll work on it and I'll let you know for sure.
So, you know, anything
Well,
else?
as for this meeting, that's everything. That's probably enough for today. We've got
You
two
think?
long meetings coming up, yeah.
Yeah,
That happens every year.
well, I would make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We moved and seconded to adjourn the